It has been a while. We're gonna try to jump straight on into it. I honestly am looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Oh, it's gotten out of hand quickly. We gonna get another intro speech from Nerva? Oh, we're not.
What?
The false sun.
Whoa!
What's going on?
Oh.
Did you just kill him? Everyone, are you alright? Oh! Ouch!
You sure you aren't hurt yourself?
I'm fine. Now, please, run away! Countess Alori is...
Everything's going to shit.
Alori is staging a rebellion!
Maisha, battles are erupting all over. That sound is probably another... But who could be the one giving orders to these squads? I can't get my head around it.
Most likely, it's the Marshal. Cetus, please take care of everyone.
What about you?
I'll stop this conflict.
Oh, that's right. We left off with these two fighting at each other's throats at the end of Arisa's story. We haven't really cut back to Arisa, like, at all.
What was that?
You two, please, I beg of you, please stop fighting. Eris?
I have no time for your frivolities.
Here in this land, something is coming to pass. If we do not join hands with each other now...
I have no time for your frivolities.
This world
I
will
believe I
end.
said that much.
Please stop already, Erica.
Were you unable to hear them? Those detonations? It's beginning. Like it or not, it's begun. A conflict to consume all of Isunia. There's not a second more to waste. I'm going to do what I have to.
What do you have to do? Do you mean you have to save the scary people and beat the nice people?
Whether I do or not, the die is cast. No amount of fussing will change that.
Erica!
Man, I forgot how much I don't like Erica.
Arisa, priestess, I recommend you prepare yourself if we ever meet again.
Why? We're supposed to be partners.
Arisa!
I hate this, Eris. So I'm going to go see everyone in the Order of Blade Rights again. I'm sure that they don't want to fight. I mean, they're all really nice people.
Maisha's already trying to cause peace. I don't see any problem with ending this peacefully as soon as possible.
If your wishes succeed, then those who are divided may become one again. I lend you my cooperation.
Thank you. So, we're going this way. I'll stop this. If people are going to get hurt, if people as nice as them are going to die, then I'll stop this fight.
Okay. A flame. Forest craft or portal craft? I mean... Okay. My portal craft deck is a little bit more tuned than the forest craft one. The forest craft one feels janky.
This is awful.
It is.
Oh,
Cetus!
you're safe.
Cetus, there's a battle happening, isn't there? One between the Order of Blade Rights and Countess Solari.
I can barely see her mouth move because it's like this. Her open mouth is like the same color as her skin almost.
I don't really get what's going on, but I hate it when people get hurt or killed. So we have to stop them.
I'm right there with you. But I can't take this all in.
Which is to say...
According to Maisha, the Undermarshal of the Blade Rights, the orders for this strategy came from the Guild Marshal himself.
The Guild Marshal is Nerva, though. If what we're thinking of with Ewan's theory.
But I haven't heard a thing from him. Not that Counter Solari was planning anything, and not that we'd be launching a counterattack. It's odd.
You don't know, Cetus? But...
I have to ask the Marshal about this in person. That's why I ran here. You?
I wanted to hear what someone from the Blade Rights would say. So Cetus, let's...
There's another one.
There's a plume of smoke. It's coming from the direction of Escamali.
Marlone!
Someone you care about is over that way, right? Then go there, Eris!
But...
It's okay. You can trust me. I trust you too, Eris.
This is the protagonist that this story deserves and needs.
Thank you. No matter what, I shall...
She's not my favorite character, but I do like her.
Let's get going then.
Okay.
A lot of well-written characters, to be honest. Erica's character is well-written, but I don't like it. Could be written better, but I don't like Erica.
Counter Solari!
Get out of here. I don't want to fight you, and she...
What are you saying? You're the ones who look down upon us, our life and our pride.
Ewan!
You could convince him. It wouldn't change things, though.
But...
Fighting's necessary to control this situation. The flames of war are growing stronger. I won't let the Keepers run amok. I'll save the world with my 2 hands.
Okay. Ultimate Carrot. I like the voice lines on Extreme Carrot. I can't imagine Ultimate Carrot has any less amazing voice lines. The carrot rises!
I'll save the world with my 2 hands. The fall sun shall not rise.
Yeah.
End of the line for you.
I actually like the voice lines on that Counter Solari Assassin too.
I'll get production up and running. Howl, Platinum Chain! I get the gist of it. I'm so useless.
Okay. Now we just gotta keep the bifurcating artifacts coming.
That's gotta hurt. I will save you a counter seat.
Oh, we're just gonna keep looping this. Oh, I love it when a combo comes together.
I'm with you until this wing is no more.
Summon Bloodkin.
Get ready.
I may be imperfect, but I'm not alone.
Let's get some removal going.
The light will find you. No good out there, was I?
Gotcha.
Shuffle them up. That's not good.
Let the feast begin!
That's all of his health back.
Big trouble now. Gotta clean up my shop. Victory is in my orbit. Can't move, can you?
Okay.
I'm with you until this wing is
Unwinged
no more.
demon.
Howl, Platinum Chain!
The conclusion!
I may be imperfect, but I'm not alone.
Gravity sucks.
Gravity does suck.
Will not surrender!
Let's get that killed.
Excellence!
Let's put that out. Let's put that out.
Wagatsugi!
And let's
No good out there.
thin the board a bit.
Coming at you.
Okay. Now we've stabilized, and we just gotta finish him off. What does Electo do? I don't think I've ever grabbed this one. Oh, that's game.
Of darkness, bow before my tempest.
Extermination for you trespassers.
Now the fight begins!
Wind, grant them courage.
Verifying access.
This is gonna get out of hand with a Feyran on the board. Oh boy. That's just game.
Exterminate.
Haven Storm.
Once more, we shall.
We went completely out of control there. This is gonna be a really short stream if we keep
I won't let the Keeper do as it pleases.
stomping them into the ground like that.
That's the end.
Please stop already. We don't want to fight at all.
Ridiculous. You're the ones who denigrated our forebears and stole our future.
These two specifically did not. That is blade rights.
What's that supposed to mean?
New glory for the true.
No! 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 You can't just take life or throw it away like that. You can't! Everyone in the Order of Blade Rights is good. I know they are. The people in Counter Solari are scary, but...
That doesn't mean they deserve to die.
That's right. That's right, Cetus.
He is just a big softy, isn't he?
We'll get a full explanation straight from the Guild Marshal. This situation doesn't feel quite right to me either. If the balance between the guilds were to crumble, that would invite the destruction of Isunia. We're diving headlong into an enormous conflict.
Could the Marshal of the Order of Blade Rights be to blame?
I don't know, but it's worth asking.
He's been sick,
Is that so?
so I wonder what he's been
Then I'll be
doing.
following along. This should end quick, if he's a vessel of Nerva, that is.
Vessel? You mean...
Nerva, the Keeper of Purgation. She has a vessel somewhere in this land.
That would mean he's bad, right? But...
So you're saying that the Marshal is evil?
I don't know, but a little suspicion can't hurt.
Nothing else to say, Arisa.
No. We have to hurry. Let's go, Ewan and Cetus. The Marshal's one of Nerva's vessels. And a bad person? That can't be right. The Order of Blade Rights is the Guild of Justice, after all.
We still haven't met the Marshal, so that it is a theory, but it could be false.
No, I'm sure he's not. This should sort itself out if we just give him the chance to explain.
Alright, we finally get to meet this Marshal guy. Or we're gonna cut somewhere else. Sweet, I get to actually, I'm gonna show off this deck, because this is a deck that I've been working on for a while, where it's themed around my favorite cards that have been printed as of recently. As far as Steel Rebellion and up to current. Oh, there goes my phone, so I'm going to try to tune that out.
How much abuse must we take from you?
How? How are you able to take life so casually? Conflicts happen of their own accord. Unstoppable disasters. That much
I feel like that's a meme pose right there.
Poverty, inequality, and sorrow begets sorrow, which leads to disaster. But still, one must not become too comfortable with the pain. One must resist it and stand against sorrow, or the world will never be liberated.
Big boys.
Please stand back. May you be well. Marlone!
How many times now have you seen me looking so pitiful?
I love this guy.
Marlone, are you hurt?
Not at all. You, Eris?
I am fine. Marlone, would you please tell me what is happening in this land now?
It's the Guild of Stealth and the Guild of Justice. Countess Solari and the Order of Blade Rights. Their long, tangled relationship is what's fanning the flames of war.
I'm sad that you haven't filled her in on this earlier, but I still like you.
Their relationship?
To the best of my knowledge, Countess Solari was once part of the Order of Blade Rights. But they were mistreated and victimized, and then they were buried in the dark depths of history.
Wow.
They're attempting to get their revenge. What had to happen has happened. We may serve in the name of balance, but we are in the end unable to go against this chain of events.
Interesting. So you're just going to let it play out.
Well enough then. I've set my followers into motion.
That's why you were all alone, isn't it? Are all of your followers unharmed?
Most likely. But nonetheless, it is peculiar.
Those were the knights from the Order of Blade Rights. But then, why are they here? If they are pursuing Counter Solari...
They're just trying to kill everyone in the conflict.
Huh. It seems that you have noticed.
Urias Formond.
Not bad. This conflict in the air, it is not bad. Only the rabble, however, are engaged in battle yet. There is too little pleasure to be gained from them.
I completely forgot that Eleanor is kind of a neutral party to all this. I completely forgot she existed.
Come now. You must know of the fifth great warrior.
I beg your pardon?
You foretold this conflict. You have it all within the palm of your hand. Is this not so? Ah, well enough. First I shall dispose of you.
Marlone, please stand back.
Perhaps you are the one who should be standing back.
No, I shall battle. I have decided to advance.
Alrighty.
I have decided to advance.
Beseech her.
Okay, so we only need neither of those. There we go. Card draw and utility. This is the name of the game. So the goal of this deck.
Demonstrate
Power. Goal of this deck is to get a bunch of Machina followers on the board and then make them die. And then we have a bunch of effects that benefit us from making our Machina followers die.
Which hands are the praying hands? Radical, baby!
My conviction does not waver.
I drive the hardest bargain.
Because one of the cards that I remember seeing in a trailer for the first time, I always thought was really interesting, was the card for
Which hands are the
this
praying
mechanized
hands?
angel, and I always thought it looked neat. And we're running 3 copies of that in this deck, and we're also running 3 copies of Death Vice Grip and 3 Techno Lords, and those are the win condition cards of this deck.
Come, let's dance. No!
We can make ourselves a board presence, and then when everything dies,
Which fighter can go the distance?
You're done for. Oops, did I press the wrong button? That was just what I needed.
I lost my train of thought. But yeah, the goal is to either make a board presence with Techno Lord, wipe out their board presence with Techno Lord, summon Lamonia, make sure that when our stuff dies we get value, and then we just put as much onto the battlefield as possible, and hopefully we smack them in the face with a pretty much invincible 80.
Impressive technology.
Now this is the cutting edge.
Mean green hammering machine. She's not letting up.
Okay. We haven't drawn our win condition yet,
I'm a trader, not a fighter.
but going wide tends to win on its own sometimes if they're not prepared for it.
The end.
Floral flurry.
My loyalty is ironclad.
Stop kidding me.
The real battle begins.
There we go.
Keep those eyes healed. I mean, healed. I can't look.
Radical, baby.
Enemy identified. Enemy identified.
I think we're pretty safe.
Shutting down.
The lance of courage.
I must not perish. Shutting down.
Fifth the landing.
Fly with your heart, not your wings. I got this. Verifying access.
Oh, to be a real knight.
I can't look. For justice.
And if you're going wide, that's why I love Kant. Because if you're going wide with a bunch of cheap stuff, giving them ward is very, very annoying to a lot of opponents. Because it completely just shut down their go wide strategy. That being said, our go wide strategy does get shut down pretty easily if they put a lot of ward creatures down as well.
That matter is settled. Now let us speak.
But we have a lot of ways of giving our followers rush, so we tend to do pretty well in a mirror because we are able to knock stuff out of the way. Because the goal is getting our stuff to die and giving it rush so it can smash face into an enemy follower with ward generally benefits us in the end.
About the fifth warrior? I have no idea about them. I don't know why there would be 5 warriors to begin with.
I shall allow you to hide your fangs, but this indirectness, it is not much to my liking.
What are you?
Stand back!
He just wants to know about the Marshal of the Blade Rights.
Answer. If you refuse, then I do not mind battling with you here.
Ah, this is, terrifying. All right then, enough of playing dumb. I do have some idea then. I should say, though, that it's clear to anyone who thinks sufficiently. There are 5 guilds in this land. Those 5 mighty warriors are then...
The guild leaders. I have heard that the last one is recovering.
That is what the members of the Order of Blade Rights say, but in fact, no one knows for sure.
Really? Interesting.
Huh. I see. It may indeed be the fastest to confirm with my own eyes.
Battle, surpass, or kill? What exactly will you do with these mighty warriors?
I will battle them, of course.
I shall simply do what I must.
You have no doubts, do you? About your goals or your way of being?
I bring mighty warriors to heal, using my will and my power. That is all there is.
Mighty warriors? That seems like a horribly simplistic way of viewing things. I don't believe that there are such things as strong people and weak people.
You simply allow the matter to remain clouded. My will and my power are free of uncertainty.
Yep. Arias in a nutshell. They're a big, strong guy. Me go fight big, strong guy.
Is that so?
And what is your goal? You smile endlessly and act as if you know all. You may end up as my final quarry.
Oh, this presents quite a conundrum. Could his vampiric instincts be to blame?
Marlone, your wounds are...
I'm fine, Eris. He fled, but...
More are here.
It seems the winds of war have yet to pass.
Let us abide, Marlone. Together we can...
Yes, you're right. Let us bring this conflict to a peaceful end.
I always knew I liked Marlowe. I'm glad it didn't turn out he was the twist villain the whole time. I mean, there's still time for that to happen, but I'm pretty sure he isn't. Oh, I can only play as Swordcraft from Craft. Oh, Erica's here, huh? I've been tweaking my decks lately, but actually, interestingly enough, yesterday they added the English voice lines for the most recent set. Not the set that we just got a trailer for today, but for, what was it, Hand of Fortune? We finally got the voice lines for those. So now I can actually understand what they're saying without having to turn on subtitles.
It does seem that way.
There's a war going on outside, but nah, I don't care.
Doesn't it bother you?
My powers of concentration can obscure any noise or sight. There won't be any effect on my research.
Oh, but they can't obscure the sight of filth, can they?
Someone's fighting Counter Solari, isn't that right?
That doesn't involve me, and I can't say I'm interested. Isabel, this is a pointless conversation. You yourself should know that.
Why do people like her?
I have no doubts, so I'm not about to dispel yours. And I'm certainly not about to respond to them. Value is what I seek. It's in pursuit of value that I probe so deeply into nature. I search, I learn, and I prove. That is who I am, and I am no one else.
I'm sorry. I've been relying on you a bit too much.
Do I seem like someone who would let you get away with that?
Not at all. I'm jealous, really. But I can't answer that. There may be no answer to begin with.
Are you still going to go?
I think so. I'm going to try and see. That will be better than being cooped up here anyway. This has been a lot of fun. I'd been alone for such a long time. Being here with you, talking and thinking together.
I'm surprised how lighthearted this is, with people dying outside.
Thank you, Eleanor. You probably don't want to hear this, and it feels a bit strange to me too. But you're like a friend to me. You really are.
A friend? You certainly are interesting.
Something smells awful.
It's probably the stench of blood.
Hey, you! What are you doing? You'd better get out of here.
There's a battle beginning, isn't there?
Yep, looks like the Counter Solari people have launched a rebellion. Stand around like that and you're liable to get dragged in. Counter Solari? Ah!
Stand back.
We'll prove the truth.
Huh.
They probably think you're just a citizen at this point. They're not messing with the citizens, which is nice, I guess.
Oh, thanks for covering for me. Come on now, you've got to run away too.
I'm fine.
Fine? You better watch yourself.
I wonder if Kyle had to live in this scent. Burning, smoky.
Huh. So you intend to wander with no true sense of purpose? How leisurely you act.
Thank you, Arias.
Well, you don't seem like someone who's ever doubted himself.
To doubt and to flounder is the privilege of the weak. I shall simply do what I must.
What you must?
You are slow to learn. What need is there to speak of that anymore?
Where are you going?
A place you are not in any state to reach. You need only to be careful. This is a battlefield, and the unworthy will perish.
Oh, are you gonna knock him on his ass so that he can't pursue his goal? No, he's just gonna peace out.
And now he's getting involved. This is terrible. It's someone else. Was it just Urias Formon that I saw? You. If he's joining in, this situation's going to get all the rougher. And that's totally fine by me. I don't intend to protect you. You're going to have to care for yourself. That's not something I need to hear from you. You're about to see what my magic can really do.
Have these two interacted at all? I don't even remember. Because that was... I wouldn't even know if I would qualify this as an interaction. Ooh, we get the war-torn backdrop now, huh? We got Cat. Goal: stay alive to turn 7. Win.
Demonstrate
power. Nice. Okay. What is this? Whenever a follower evolves, subtract 1 from this enemy's cooldown, summon a bejeweled tortoise. Okay.
Don't get too close to me.
And what do you do? Deal 2 damage to a random allied follower. Do 2 damage to your leader instead. What?
Lawful evil? Chaotic good.
We're gonna draw engine our way out of this.
But I walked the edge.
Magical augmentation. Probably kill the 3-3. There she is. Let's hear that voice line.
Let us write the first lines of a new page.
Oh, yeah. Let's put that out. Let's draw a card. Let's evolve here.
You're done for.
Input our...
Hardship, journeys, and joy. The triad of life.
Man, I like those voice lines. Those are nice.
I am all-knowing. No two journeys are alike.
This was all my fault!
No two journeys are alike.
Close your lips and live in perfection.
Alright. Let's keep draw engineering our way out of this.
What masterpiece will I create today?
No two journeys are alike.
I just realized we have all 3 of our Carls. I guess we should just start playing them.
Hey, that was my face.
Excuse me. Let's see, turn Universe 999.
It won't be long now.
Okay, I need that thing to die.
No two journeys are alike.
That thing was getting excessively big. Let's just win the game, I guess.
Our galaxy of gems tumbles and twirls.
You're dead next turn, regardless.
Don't get too close to me.
Yeah, you're dead. You died to the bane of this entire format. The cat.
Adieu.
Yeah, green burst for the lols.
For justice.
And dead.
I hate war.
I hate war too.
This conflict is only going to get more violent. If you value your life, you have to run away. What's gotten into you?
I'm working with the bad guys.
I'm doing what I have to.
Not that either side is a bad guy, but to most people, that's what it looks like.
What, you have to? How can you decide what that is just like that? Is this really necessary? Is this really what's important? This isn't right. You never have any doubts, not even for a second, do you? Not in the least.
That's a problem. You should think things through more.
I once turned my back to the past, but it's here with a new face. There's no way that I could flee a second time. Your past? I feel a sliver of goodwill toward you after our fight with Nexus. So let me advise you of one thing. My blade is the blade of Counter Solari. If you interfere with the guild's business, I will cut you down. Farewell.
Counter Solari? The ones who attacked? I don't understand any of this. What's happening in this land? In this world?
Maybe if you didn't stick around with Little Miss, that's none of my business. I don't care about anybody else. You probably would know a little bit more about what's going on in this world. Instead, you've just been cooped up in a lab for probably like days at this point.
To doubt and to flounder is the privilege of the weak. I shall simply do what I must.
I'm doing what I have to.
Oh my god, I was worried about you guys. How are you doing?
Marlon, my apologies.
How can you take life like it's nothing? How can you hurt people just like that? I'm always doubting myself, and I never know what I have to do. The hell? Could this battle really be spreading beyond this land? This is horrible. People dying in battle is too much for me to...
Oh my god, I forgot there's a 12-year-old running around. Luna, I hope you're okay. Oh, I always forget about Luna.
Are you really able to stay in a place as frightening as this? I've been so ignorant.
I completely forgot about Luna. The Mad Giant. Ooh, I think it's time for some whale wards.
Ha!
Again? That sound's coming from...
him.
over there on his hill. Why is this happening? No, not yet. Before I search for an answer, I've got to... I'll battle to be with the rest of the group.
Rowan!
Oh my god, you caught up with him real fast.
Isabel, you're safe.
I am.
Where are you going, Isabel?
I want to stop it. Stop anyone from dying in this conflict. I can't stand it.
Oh, in that case, we all need to...
I know, so don't say it now.
I'm sorry.
It's not just you. The problem is... the
Peace.
flames of war might have already spread beyond this land. If you say that we all need to join forces...
This conflict has to be stopped.
Go. That's what you have to do, isn't it?
All right. But are you really sure that you'll be okay, Isabel?
I'm sure she'll be fine. She's a tough, independent woman.
We're in a battlefield now. It's too dangerous to wander around alone. Maybe it's not my place to say this, but I'm worried. Worried about what will happen to you in the middle of all this chaos.
Thinking about others. To the end.
Go. I'll be fine.
Isabella.
There's something you have to do, so go. I'm still...
I know. Please watch out for yourself. I mentioned the group earlier, but remember that you're a part of it, Isabel. If that's okay with you, that is.
Everyone's gone their own way. There's no telling where they could be. And yet you're still talking about the group. You're so stupid, Rowan.
No, he's not, actually. He's thinking about what's important. And that's each other.
But the stupidest one of all has to be...
Yeah, you got self-hate there, man.
Ha! Ah, Rowan.
Nicola, I figured you'd be here. Guess it's only natural that you're fine.
It's you.
Oh, and you're here too.
Me and him were playing together.
Oh, well, it's great to see you're okay.
Oh, that's right. Those assassins made him lose the hide and seek.
This has been one giant headache. No sooner does Counter Solari appear than the Blade Rights show up.
Someone from Counter Solari said the false sun was fanning the flames of war in this land.
Again? No. Make it stop.
We can't just let them run amok.
Okay. This deck is pretty substandard. Goal of this deck, get as many internal whales on the board as possible.
We can't let them run amok. Beseech her.
And live long enough to make sure that that happens. We'll use some Deterrent Great Trees and some Dragon Spawnlings. That's the goal to getting enough card draw to just make it happen. And ramp, because wouldn't be Dragoncraft without ramping, right? Ooh, that's nice.
Looking for a sprucing?
That's bad. We're gonna take so much damage before this goes off. Let's put that on the board. Just get some added assurance. Zelnaga can buy us some time and gain us some life. Zelgenia, actually. I keep calling him Zelnaga for some reason. Because I'm thinking of StarCraft. Holy crap. That got out of hand real quick.
Yeah! Is that a human?
That is not the voice line I expected from these.
Be gone!
I'm done sticking my head in the clouds. I told you to leave!
Retreat! Retreat!
Okay.
Oh, why'd it have to be a clear day?
Hey, let's play. Let's prick up the pine trees.
Oh, that could have ended very badly.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Oh, guess I lose.
I guess we'll use all our points.
Don't look down on me because I'm new.
Uh-oh.
The world cycles on.
We're skirting by.
It won't be long now.
Come on, whale.
I should have aimed higher.
Oh, we're gonna just barely make it out of this.
You're my prey. Now act like it. Move.
Oh boy.
The trees talk to me.
Eee. Do I live?
Witness the fury of my curse.
Termites!
Draw me a card, please.
Time to say goodbye.
Termites!
I think we failed. Did not draw enough whales. Yep, exactly dead.
Damn it.
So close. We just had way too much early aggro. And we had bad draws. Come on. Okay. Attempt 2.
We can't let them run amok.
Conflagration we don't need. Stalwart we don't need. We need to ramp and draw. That is all we need.
Demonstrate power.
That is also good, because that guarantees us a whale on turn 6.
May the forest be at peace.
Okay.
It's showtime!
We're gonna take so much damage.
I'll face you head on.
Hey, let's play! The forest is a living thing.
Am I just dead already?
Come dance with me!
I think we're already dead.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Oh, guess I lose.
Will you be good to me?
Move.
Let's get this party started!
So much damage to face.
The world cycles on.
Be gone.
I'm gonna rest for a bit.
Okay.
Hey, let's play! Hey, let's play! Purify the forest.
Okay. We live to see another turn.
Come dance with me!
Or not. I think we're dead.
Let's get this party started!
Storm is bullcrap. We lose again. We just mathematically can't win. Oh, it's so annoying.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
We get too much aggro too quickly. Our deck's just too slow. Usually this deck does pretty good against Forest Craft, but it's just, they're going way too wide. Way too quickly. Because I don't have enough removal to stop them.
Demonstrate power.
Okay.
Purify the forest.
Okay, we just have to ramp every single turn.
Don't look down on me, cause I'm new.
That's bad.
that a human?
Okay. The Cloud Geekus buys us time. They're probably about to buff all their shit.
My love for you is here.
Let the clouds roll in.
Okay. Come on. Actually, let's kill that and keep the blocker up, so that they spend damage dealing with it.
I should have aimed higher.
Hey, let's play. Come dance with me. Come dance with me.
That's 6 damage. Please tell me that doesn't get Storm.
Let's get this party started.
Oh my god, that's 8 damage.
It won't be long now.
The miasma can't prevail.
And we're dead.
Damn it.
That is so bullshit. We missed one ramp, and that cost us the game. We literally need the perfect god hand of 3 ramps in a row, so that I can play that thing on turn 4.
We can't let them run amok. Beseech her.
Demonstrate
Okay.
power.
Will you be good to me?
Okay. No more ramp spells. That works to our favor.
I'll face you head on.
We drew into a ramp spell, so we can ramp next turn.
No punches pulled, just swords.
This is a ramp with a body. Play this. Give us added security.
Be gone.
Take some damage off the board, please.
Will you be good to me?
Now we just need to draw our whales.
Come dance with me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. We're dead.
Let's get this party started. Thank you so much. Sorry.
I just have 2 buff spells, right?
Hey, let's play.
We somehow lived through that turn. I didn't expect to.
It won't be long now.
Sorry. Let's prick up the pine trees.
Fall.
I'm so sparkly.
Things are not going my way. I drew so many cards. You think that one of my win conditions would be within the top 18 cards in my deck. You would think. That's almost half the library.
Can't let them run amok.
No ramp, so we probably just lose on board here, because we're not playing I have so much ward in the deck.
Demonstrate power.
My Shadowcraft deck is even worse.
Purify the forest.
I'm just putting those out preemptively because I'm gonna need them.
Looking for a sprucing?
Is that a human?
Time to keep drawing. Get no ramps, so now we're just dead the normal way of being too slow.
Come dance with me.
Move.
Let's get this party started.
Let the clouds roll in.
I'll face you head on. Be gone.
The miasma can't prevail.
They didn't get their damage off. We might be able to combo.
My love for you is here.
Of course. That's gonna give us some of our life back. Evolving.
It won't be long now.
Okay. This might be the run.
Retreat!
So we're gonna be able to put another big ward down. 2 of them next turn.
I'm all yours, forest folk.
Fall.
My love's meant to be given.
Ouchies, ouch.
Is that a human?
Okay, that's a lot of damage on the board. They have lethal for me on the board, but they have to break partially through this barrier.
Oh, why'd it have to be a clear day?
You're my prey. Now act like it.
And we're dead! They had exactly enough to get pierced through.
You, saps.
Why do I bother? Oh my god, we lived? How did we live? We should have had just been dead to rights.
Witness the fury of my curse.
Nope. And that's game.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
Needed to draw 2 whales there to live. We had 8 in the deck. That was our golden opportunity. That was the run, and we lost. We just needed the AI to stop cheating.
We can't let them run amok.
Beseech her.
Okay, we're keeping the conflag. We might need to board wipe at the end.
Demonstrate power.
Will you be good to me?
Put that out. Ramp next turn. Put the eggs down. Start drawing. It takes so much damage. We're just dead already. Why is this? Ugh.
The forest is a living thing. Come dance with me. Thank you so much.
It's turn 4. I have no words.
Move. Let's get this party started. Thank you so much.
There's no one else I'd rather lose to.
That's just so much lethal damage so quickly. The pre-built decks suck.
We can't let them run amok.
I didn't even have the ability to evolve yet, and I was dead on board.
Demonstrate power.
Will you be good to me?
They didn't play anything on turn 1, so that's already something benefiting me.
I'll face you head on.
It's showtime!
Gotta love playing this as removal on turn 5 for so early.
Purify the forest.
Come dance with me.
Move.
Let's get this party started! Thank you so much!
Be gone!
Oh, this is so much better.
Sorry.
They had a full lethal board at this point last time.
Full. No mercy for you, Seps.
At least they're trading. But now we're just dead because we're probably not going to draw what we need. That's luck.
It won't be long now.
The miasma can't prevail.
Just keep digging deeper.
I'm all yours, forest folk. I always go with the flow. I always go with the flow.
Okay, we just gotta go wide.
Looking for a sprucing?
That was just a decoy. That was just a decoy.
The end.
Some draw power there.
I didn't stand a chance.
Die, please. It's 30 cards in my deck. How many of those are whales? Clearly not enough of them.
Retreat! Retreat!
Don't look down on me because I'm new. No punches pulled, just swords. What?
I should have aimed higher.
Just a decoy.
"28 cards. Where are my whales?" I'll take the 6-mana one at this point.
Hey, let's play. Hey, let's play.
Okay.
Stream on! I didn't stand a chance.
Yeah. A slow, painful, methodical death. This is what you deserve for making me lose that many times in a row.
Hey, let's play.
I always go with the flow.
Okay. This is the end.
Don't look down on me because I'm new.
Stream on!
What? Purify the forest.
That's right. Give me all of my whales back. You signed up for Whale Wars. You got Whale Wars.
For justice.
I pulled through there.
That was stressful.
I'm trying to play.
I hope I can play as
I need to
Eris
quiet
again
down.
soon, because I feel that my Havencraft deck is the most consistent.
Rowan, would you look after Luna?
That's what I had in mind.
Thanks. Really. I can't shake this feeling. This feeling that something bad's about to happen.
I think something bad is already happening.
Something bad?
No, I guess it's more like a belief. You know, don't you? That I'm a monster, that is. The chains of balance are what kept me leashed. The guilds keep each other in check, so I wasn't able to act freely. Or that's what they say. Once those chains snap to bits, you start worrying whether the monster might start going wild. It's only natural.
Aisha, what are you doing all the way out here?
That's why things have to end up this way. Before I go wild and the damage gets any greater, you have to kill me and put an end to this. But that said, I'm a monster. And I can't lose.
Hey, are you gonna play with me?
Hey, I really can't when things are like this. We'll play once it's all over. Go along with Rowan. If you don't have anywhere special to go check out Marlone. He should be in the temple at the bottom of the hill.
All right. You might not want to hear this, but don't die.
Okay, so everyone's gathering at Marlone.
So, you came to stop me, didn't you?
Yes.
I sure hope you didn't come alone. You know me, I won't hold back, and I can't. I eat rocks, and I fight with all I've got. Your plots and plans to stop me are useless, got it?
What?
Cycle, as does life. Fight, as does the serpent. Reversal of providence, the bond's inner workings. Not am I now, but the miracle's reversal.
Mechanical giant, off-world anomaly, Nicola Adele.
This battle and you are headaches. I hate the both of you. I'll squash you with my own two hands.
Why is Maisha here? Hero. We're finally gonna meet this Blade Marshal?
Are you okay?
I should have carried you here. Sorry.
No, it's really okay. Where is the Marshal then?
In this room. Marshal?
There's no answer.
When did you last see him?
It's always the Under-Marshal who deals with the Marshal. That's what Maisha says he wants.
I see.
Are you going to break the door down?
Sorry. Really, I should have been the one to...
Knights serve, and they act in moderation. I know that. Now excuse me.
Just blow the door open.
Marshall? We're coming in!
Blade Rights Marshal. That's a cool looking outfit. It's an empty suit of armor, isn't it?
Mr. Marshall? There's something that we need to ask you. Right now, Counter Solari and... Mr. Marshall? It's,
I can sense a vessel here. No. It's something different.
It's...
You're kidding. How come?
I guessed he was Nervous Vessel, and the one plotting this war. But this thing isn't a vessel. It's not even human. It's a literal puppet being controlled by a vessel.
Then, where's the Marshal?
There has never been one.
No, I mean, who's the one behind this war?
Maisha.
Ha! Are you all right?
Yes, thanks. Liad gave you the orders, huh?
Yes, to provide all the assistance I can.
How about that? That should do it, though. Worry about Liad, not us.
Understood.
Please, he's the one who took care of us. That's the truth. Him and him alone.
It's the same for me. He's...
Okay.
How human you are in your growth. Your eyes have changed.
There we go. Now this is the encounter I've been waiting for.
I can't be bothered with you at the moment.
You are hunting the Marshal of the Order of Blade Rights? What a coincidence.
There is no order of Blade Right Marshal.
But why?
There is no need to speak of that. Do you not sense it? That the winds have changed? Yes, perhaps this has been a mere diversion.
Okay. Oh, dogs are freaking out.
Will this spectacle be a comedy?
Dogs
Or
freaking
a
out.
tragedy? I shall enjoy myself either way.
Something is amiss. They're unlike real people.
They are puppets.
No matter how many we defeat, more appear. More like the shades the Nexus produced.
Are you okay?
Rowan, Luna, you are well.
And you're okay too.
Why, yes, I am. It seems that Nicola has been quite thoughtful.
I'll clear the path ahead. But before anything else, we need to leave this temple.
Oh, I see. However... I'm afraid I simply can't have that.
Marlone, what are you?
No, I'm sorry. One might say I'm, finally able to read this situation. This is all that can be done. Release the third restraints.
What is going on?
I've come to stop you. You're the one responsible for all this. No, well, strictly speaking. You and Marlone are behind this all, aren't you? You and Escamoli are connected behind the scenes. Escamoli provides you with ore, and you provide Escamoli military strength. Under the banner of balance, and with your protection, Escamoli has been acting secretly. You've rejected our pleas, squeezed money from Magus, and more likely than not, you were interfering with Countess Solari as well.
Huh.
No, you were interfering. You pulled the strings in secret. You incited them. And you created this conflict.
How about that? You've really put a lot of thought into this. So this is how you want to do things, huh?
That's correct.
I knew there was someone else like me here, someone from another world, and that they were operating in secret.
I mean, I always knew Maisha was probably from another world, because see this is a little backstory explanation for her add it up.
So it was you, Maisha LaForge.
She's the villain?
I've been hiding more than just my intentions.
Nice.
You unsheathed it. That sword.
Your power and Marlone's perspicaciousness are such thorns in my side. If I want to meet her again, I'll need to demonstrate my utility. I've already finished hunting Escamoli members. Countess Solari has almost been wiped out, and Magus may as well not exist to begin with. The conclusion nears. Shall we begin? Here and now, I'll become a hero.
That's scary. Sins. Okay, she's being used. Clearly.
Marlone, please explain. Why would you?
It seems that I'm being hunted, most likely by conspirators. Oh dear, perhaps this is some sort of punishment.
Punishment?
Okay.
I'm afraid you wouldn't... I've already told you the tale. My body is broken. My body can be converted into magical power. No, I should say it converts itself into magical power, whether I want it to or not. So, as long as I live, my body keeps producing magic, and an incredible amount at that.
You're speaking in earnest.
It's entirely too much of a good thing. If I don't take care of the magic, then I'll very literally explode. The buildup will become too much to control, and then, boom! It's for that reason that I have these marks on my hands. They allow me to share the magical powers with my followers. This is the only way that I'm able to keep living.
Are you gonna die? How come?
I'd venture that it's because I'm in someone's way. I know this land well. I'm clever, and, well, I have plenty of magical power.
No. We are here for you, Marlone, and we will protect you.
That won't do, though. It seems that my followers have been slain, and now I'm set to explode. They keep sending soldiers to occupy me, and in the meantime, they've extinguished my followers in order to muck up the supply of magic. How very devious of them.
Interesting. So Marlone's assassination was the goal. And Nicola Adele.
Again?
There are so many.
A war's begun, and the enemy's onslaught is only going to grow stronger and more terrible. The number of enemy soldiers will overwhelm us. The conspirator behind this conflict is likely attempting to destroy Nicola and I. That being the case, please allow me to handle this.
What? The flames have gone out. This magic's incredible.
At any rate, I shall die. Whether I explode from magic run amok, or whether I exhaust my life force and wither away.
Marlone, are you really sure about this?
I am. I'm sure, and then some.
Peace be to you, Marlone.
Eris, everyone, please continue on ahead. At this very moment, people you care about are being harmed. Please help them. Save them. And, if you can spare the time, go to that hill to him as well.
Thanks. You handle things here, then.
Once someone dies, then that's it. You can't...
You advance too, Marlone. There is nothing more. I can no longer... I'm sorry. And thank you.
Eris, you and I are different. You will advance. It's the end for me. That said, my end will be a horrendous thing. And you, too, will naturally meet your end.
Oh dear, is it over already?
You...
The power you're controlling, with one blow, it could rend the void. This certainly is a threat, but, well...
Rest in peace, Marlone. I always knew I liked you best.
Such a relief. You're very gentle. This sword is remarkable, isn't it? It's the pride of the Bladerites.
The idiot Marlone.
Now that we've hunted down all the adherents in Escamali, you'll either die from the explosion, or you'll die from exhausting your magic.
You!
Isn't it a tad late to start putting your heart into it now?
Damn it. I wanted it all to end, but... Oh, now? Really?
You thought you might destroy me, and so you held back? Your gentleness was a true help. All the same, Marlone's light was splendid. I wonder if it reached her. I can only hope it did. Oh, now have you realized the truth?
It was you.
The other person who said that is lying there on the ground.
When did this start? When did it?
I'm afraid I've forgotten. It was terribly long ago.
Let's conclude this.
This battle will certainly be a conclusion for you. Not, however, for me. I ask that you kindly die here, Leod.
Ha!
What's happening?
Quit whimpering, false one. Yours is a pale imitation of the true sword. Swing your sword and the magic it's absorbed over the years will disappear. But this one's different. This blade's magical charge won't disappear no matter how much it's used. Conceal the light, but it won't stop shining. The true blade's this one.
Well, this certainly comes as a surprise. You really should announce your intentions more clearly. Still, your patience is boundless. In order to avoid outing yourself, you haven't unsheathed that sword a single time. You waited until the hour when you felt assured of certain victory. You turned your back on your allies, turned your back on this land, and now you have the gall to appear after my sword's magic is spent.
I hope you're not about to lecture me about honor. Before you stands a solitary beast. A beast that's crawled out of the blood and the slime. I have no intention of becoming a hero. We'll fell the false sun and bring new glory to the true moon. Slay you and bring true light to this land. Then at that time, those who've sunk into the murkiest depths will get what's due them.
Man, I could just listen to this guy talk forever.
You do love to go on about the past, don't you, Leod?
Perhaps I do. But all the same, you've no future. Let's end this. This war between sun and moon.
Lies. Oh wow, those are options. I haven't played this yet, so let's try my updated Swordcraft deck. I made it more of a rally deck now, and it still has a lot of evolution synergies.
So the Marshal was a fake? Then that means the person who started this battle was...
Maisha.
Cetus! Cetus, where are you going?
To stop this.
Cetus!
It seems like he's realized something. Shall we follow?
Yeah, Cetus, please, wait! Erica!
Is the Order of Bladerites Marshal here? Leod said...
He is not. There is no trace of him here.
And where?
I do not know, but well enough.
Hold up. What brought you here? Are you searching for strong opponents?
Duh.
To what does that relate? There were matters I wished to verify.
What do you mean? Does it have something to do with the Marshal?
I believe in only that which I see. And conversely, I believe in all that my eyes perceive, be it gods or monsters or anything else. This time is the first. Never before did I doubt that which I saw, but those doubts have now become convictions.
So you figured it out earlier on and you're just now sharing.
What are you trying to say, Urias Formond?
Maisha LaForge. It was she who devised this war.
What? That can't be true. I mean, she's...
My own eyes were deceived. So yours may have been as well. She is an interesting person indeed.
I see. Cetus must have realized that...
Where is this Maisha LaForge? You will answer me!
What do you intend to do with this information?
That's a given. I'm going to...
Kill her.
Wait, are you sure? Is it really, really Maisha? I don't believe it. I mean, whenever I saw Maisha, she was always so nice and smiley.
So you only believe that which you see. Then you have no choice but to confirm the truth for yourself. There. They are on that hill.
Thank you very much.
Harissa, what in the world are you planning to do?
Fight.
What else? I'm going to see if Maisha is a bad person or not.
And if she's evil, then what? Are you going to battle against me again? Or are you going to slay Maisha? Either way, that choice isn't yours to make. You aren't prepared. That's why I told you. You're going to have your heart broken.
My heart's already been broken. Fucking Marlone's dead.
Maybe. But I'm going anyway.
Arisa!
But my heart's already broken. The town's on fire, and people are dying. But I'm not going to run away. After you cry, you'll always laugh again. That's what I have to believe. That's what I have to believe. I can't come this far just to throw my world away.
You're tough.
No, Ewan. I'm weak. I'm sure that what Erica says is right. I'm not afraid of messing up, though. I want to face things.
And we gotta fight these scrubs again.
Show me more.
Let's keep going. Past the imitation, and on toward the truth.
I'll follow.
Sorry, but please stay back. I want to see Maisha.
Okay. I'm glad Marlone didn't turn out to be the twist villain, but I'm sad that he's gone. Everyone I like dies. That's usually how it works whenever I get into a character.
Here I come!
Oof. Draw all my expensive stuff, why don't I? Half this deck is 1, 2, and 3 drops.
Weapons to end warfare.
What do you do? Dragon's Nest?
Weapons to end warfare. Understand now?
Okay, we've gotten 3 out of the 10 rally I need. Let's get our Wind God.
Bad beast. Understand now?
Alright, waste and evolve to trade, please.
The hero lies rotting, but I live on.
There we go.
Don't you pull your claws out at me, mister!
understand now. Another time.
Let's
then.
speed things up. Too slow.
We won't give him an inch.
Don't be scared. He's got a collar.
Okay. Next turn we have either Kant or the Quick Draw Maven as our options. Or they're just gonna wipe our board.
It's time to retreat.
Okay.
Don't you pull your claws out at me, mister.
Stroke of Conviction.
No one gets past me.
I honor thy
Let's
form.
speed things up. Too slow. Too slow.
Raise the dead.
Show me your death.
The hero lies rotting, but I live on.
Gloomy Necromancer.
Soul
Okay.
is calling to me.
Should have been quicker.
This will be over in the blink of an eye.
Draw. Too slow.
The void. It beckons me.
Let's just start
You're
doing as
done
much
for.
damage to face as we can.
There's no time for you, slug. Too slow.
They're gonna start healing. We are definitely gonna trade with whatever they play. And they've used all their evolution points, so the odds of getting Russian Storm are lower.
Foul forces of darkness, bow before my tempest. Foul forces of darkness, bow before my tempest.
All right, troops, get ready for war.
It won't be long now.
Where the wind blows, a haven storm.
Draw.
You follow behind.
Too slow.
Wind, grant them courage.
Yes!
Grant them
The
courage.
double wind god.
Ah!
What can they possibly do to this board state? Nothing. That's what.
Draw.
Draw! Getting up to that 10 rally. If you ever get two of those wind gods on the field, it's so nasty to deal with. 80 rupees. Oh boy. Okay, things are looking up.
This is the end.
I'm gonna refresh chat.
Come on, let's go. Erica, let's go together.
Did you forget? You are the sun now, and I am the moon. Our paths can never cross.
I mean, but we're going to the same place and we're right next to each other, so we might as well go together.
It's not right. I know it's not. I mean, we're partners.
Partners? It seems that you enjoy using that word, but what you mean is unclear.
We're together, aren't we? We're hunting Nexus. Hunting the Keepers.
In the past, in the future, and even now, we all have our own ways of life. It is only because of a coincidence that our goals are the same. But you still say we are partners?
Arias, can you just not be philosophical for like 5 minutes? That's all I'm asking.
This is frivolous. Much too frivolous. At least it is for me.
So what if our pasts and our futures are different? How come that means we're not partners? I always lived in the forest, and I thought I'd be happy to be a forest guardian. But that wasn't right. There's a lot of stuff that guardians can't do. I would have given up without you all. If you weren't here, Nexus would have beaten me. No, I couldn't have even fought. All of this is thanks to you guys. That's why I care about you. Is that so wrong? I know that I don't mean anything.
Of course he
to
finds
you
that
guys,
funny.
but I know that someday I will. I know it.
I see. Then do as you like.
One day she'll be a worthy opponent of you, I promise.
I'll stay on guard. You get to that hill.
All right. Thank you, Ewan.
I'm going now, so don't lose.
Okay. I won't. Maisha, please tell me. I believe in you. But if you're lying, then I won't let your lies beat me, Maisha.
Things are about to get really nasty. Peerless. Oh, here we go. We now resume Isabel's adventure. Just, I'm all alone in the middle of a war zone.
You!
Leod.
You're really hurt.
Alter the past. The lie.
Is this the only way you know how to do things? Ganging up on people and cutting them down? This is your land, isn't it? Do you really want to hurt it like this? Look at yourself. At your armor. How can you act like that while you're in uniform? Your duty's to fight for the sake of the land, isn't it? Like Kyle. He said war wasn't right or wrong. That it was just two different ideas of justice clashing.
Yep, that's a pretty good way of thinking about it.
There's no justice here. No! I let my guard down, but... You!
A place you are not in any state to reach. You need only to be careful. This is a battlefield, and the unworthy will perish.
We're in a battlefield now. It's too dangerous to wander around alone.
Oh, whoops, I kind of forgot about that.
What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I don't know! This world, it's just one thing after the other to confuse me. I don't care about this world, but I don't want to see people dying in a battle before my eyes. I care about Eleanor, but I don't know how I should interact with her. And Rowan and Kyle, I just... I'm weak. Weak. Without Kyle. That's why. Without Kyle, I'm alone. And alone, I...
Hey, remember when we were fighting a bunch of, like, magical oozes? Yeah, I kind of missed that now.
Isabel, my friend.
Eleanor!
I told you, I don't worry and I don't waver. My calling you a friend was the result of repeated observation and thought. I dare call my emotions toward you incomprehensible. They're ineffable, ambiguous, and irrational, so I've therefore decided to denote them as friendship. Thinking of the warmth of your hand and considering your foes as my foes. Those are both the product of these emotions of friendship, which is why I say again... Isabel, my friend. I lend you my power not as the Marshal of the Magus Covenant, but as Eleanor Gloria.
Wow, it took this long for her to actually become a person. If you were more active in the affairs of the world, imagine how many lives could have been saved. But that's me just being bitter. Hopefully from this point forward, she doesn't make that mistake
As long
again.
as I'm with you.
Beseech her.
Ooh, I love a curve.
Go, Isabel.
Thank you, Eleanor.
What? What just happened? Cosmic Companion. What? Reduce damage to this follower to 0. Can't be affected by effects except for those that change this card's attack or defense. At the end of your turn, randomly put one of the following cards into your hand and change its cost to 0. Petrification, Conjure Twosome, or Staff of Whirlwinds. What?
I'll bloom proudly, confidently.
What the actual hell?
Demonstrate power.
That is broken.
Let us write the first lines of a new page.
Is that all you've got? I'll bloom proudly, confidently.
Okay. So this is going to be a stomp, unless they pull something crazy out of their ass. Just have an invincible follower on the board.
I am all-knowing.
Is that all you've got?
Overcooked.
I'll bloom proudly, confidently.
Staff of Whirlwinds. 3 damage to an enemy follower, then deal 1 damage to all enemies.
I have come for what's mine. Failure.
Let's get some card draw.
Is that all you've got? I'll bloom proudly, confidently.
Petrification. Transform an enemy follower or amulet into a clay golem. Banish it instead.
Upon you.
Nice.
May you rot and decay.
No! Embraced by the earth.
Let's banish you, please.
All magic falls under my purview.
Aw, voice lines for this guy now. Nice.
You're done for.
Magic! Bow to the underworld!
A galaxy of gems tumbles and twirls.
Nice.
Pawns, make your move!
Is
To
that
the
all you've got?
underworld!
I'll bloom proudly, confidently.
This is so easy. That's scary. 10 skeletons into your hand. At the end of your turn, deal 6 damage to all enemies in you. What? At least 30 shadows.
Pawns, make your move!
It won't be long now.
There we go.
Is that all you've got?
I'm just warming up.
I'll bloom proudly, confidently.
I'm running out of space in my hand. That's a big skelly boy.
I'm just warming up.
Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Put that on the field, please.
Chaotic good.
Let us write the first lines of a new page.
Is that all you've got? I'll bloom proudly, confidently.
Okay.
You intend to bury me?
Roast them today, roast them every day.
No!
The fool awakens to four sufferings.
Boop.
Is that all you've got?
We shall.
That would have been a hard battle, if not for all the free bullcrap.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Cosmic Flower. I can see why people like her now. That was like ridiculous levels of stupid.
Eleanor, thank you.
I need no thanks. On account of you, I was able to uncover a part of myself that I've never known before.
But I haven't done anything. I can't do anything.
I'm neither underestimating nor overestimating you. Isabel, you made me waver. You changed me. That's why you should allow me to change you. Quit wavering and move on. I can vouch that you have that power within you.
How can you call me a friend when I'm like this?
Don't make me repeat myself. That's nothing I know. I may be able to give you some reasons, but none of them would be enough. They're all insufficient. I've therefore decided to accept this for what it is. And there can be no other explanation. Isn't that so?
Damn, all the CGs.
If you're truly unable, I can use my magic to help ease your mind. But get going. There's no more room for doubt. Don't overthink things. Just go where your feet take you.
I still don't know what to do, but stop overthinking things. Follow your heart. Follow what your heart says.
Wait, she's not saying that in her head?
Thank you, Eleanor.
Okay.
I'm going. Going to the others.
No, thank you. To know that there's something I'm incapable of understanding? It's truly startling. What a bounteous harvest. However, Isabel, it's not as a reward for that realization that I help you. I am Eleanor Gloria, cosmic flower and friend to you. For the two of us, I shall proudly bloom.
Sadness. Oops, that is not the deck I meant to use, but we'll use it anyway. I wanted to show off that new deck.
said that I should come to this hill. What could be here?
The old man.
Luna?
The old man's there. My friend.
She means Nicola Adele. He's strong. I'd like to be able to say that he's also safe, but...
Let us seek him. I wish to carry out Marlone's request. That much I know.
I'll go with you. I've got a feeling the war is probably most intense there.
So much chaos.
How many are there?
We're surrounded!
Are you all right?
You You're the Order of Blade Rights.
Are you all trying to end this war too?
But you...
As a member of the Order of Blade Rights, I share responsibility for this situation.
Why did this war happen? Why are they...
I'm sorry. All the blame for this is on me. If I'd only realized a little sooner. I'm going. May fortune shine on you.
We've got to get moving. The front can change in the blink of an eye.
Have we not done enough yet? The land is ablaze and people are dying.
Oh boy.
Even so, we still have to fight.
But when someone dies, that's it. Why? How come?
I have known them before. This spectacle, this scent, this casual destruction of life. No longer can I...
When it comes down to it, I'm a warrior. I can tell that this war is worthless, and I'm going to stop it.
I hate it here. I want to play with my friend.
More of these guys. Oh boy.
Like back then.
Okay, back to the...
Demonstrate power.
Back to this deck.
I'm gonna pummel ya.
Hey, soul sister!
Gossip, you know.
I'm gonna pummel ya.
They've gone.
I'll give you what
You
for.
walked into the wrong forest. Death pounce!
Okay, let's chip him down.
I drive the hardest.
Gotta get raw holy radiance out.
Gotta use your noggin now and again.
Lick me whiskers!
Foul forces of darkness, bow before my tempest.
Time to go home. You're done for.
Okay.
Where the wind blows, a path opens. Haven storm.
Ah, that was
Wind,
just what I
grant them
needed.
courage.
Okay. This will definitely trade.
Money makes the world go round.
Blow on, dear wind.
Let's look for the rainbow's end. The real battle begins.
Alrighty.
Reality won't stop me.
Full speed ahead.
You lousy cheat.
Let's go wide. Let's rally so we can get Faerun back on.
Comes.
That's bad news.
Fall.
I'm Spartacus.
For all the world, I resist.
Our dreams will come true.
Keep faith.
Let us conclude.
Go big or go home.
Money makes the world go round.
And that's game. Because Storm is stupid. That was somehow easier than when we had an invincible thing that put a spell in our hand that caused 0 every time. For Marlone, we continue.
Marlone, I shall continue on for the two of us. Let us hurry.
He's a good man. If we tell him that we want to end this war, he may cooperate with us.
Is he gonna die?
There's no way. Someone that strong doesn't just get beaten down.
But the guy with the glasses, he was strong, but he died anyway. When someone dies, that's it. But I want to see him again. No! The old man's my friend!
Who brought the 12-year-old on a battlefield?
Damn it!
Luna.
She's accepted everything, taking it all at face value. Maybe that's just the way things are during war, but she's still too young. How can she tolerate this sort of strife?
It seems unlikely that she will be able to transform her sorrow into power. I knew nothing about Luna.
I should have been a lot more thoughtful toward her too. No matter how much power she might have, she's still a kid.
Yeah.
She's probably gone in the direction of that hill. Let's follow her. Was that?
Erica. Erica seems to be traveling in the same direction as us. There are, however, too many enemies.
Yeah, this is getting out of hand.
This is bad.
Rowan, please go on ahead. I will...
No.
Dragon mode.
Your power.
I've made my decision. I'm going to fight alongside everyone once more. So I'm going to protect you too.
You must not. It seems that this war is affecting you.
You're right. I won't be able to take it for much longer. Can I count on you for backup?
Allow me to assist. We will battle together.
Now that's a scary pair right there. Truth.
This has to be where... Leod... There! Leod! Allow me to join in!
Oh, dear.
You came.
Leod, she... Everything was her.
Yes, it was Maisha LaForge. Slay her, and it'll all end.
Yes, that's right. If I were to die, it would all end. Which is to say... This will not end then, will it? I am, after all, strong.
How? How could you do something like this? Encounter Solari was...
I am not at all interested in Counter Solari. What happened to them was, I believe, rather unfortunate.
Huh?
I've attempted to erase the black marks on our history. I've pursued Counter Solari in an effort to trap them. That is what you believe, isn't it? Well, you're entirely wrong.
Truth.
Counter Solari and Isunia are both trifling matters. The only thing that's truly important is whether she will choose me again.
Do you want to be in control of this land? To eliminate all who block your path?
You can't be serious!
The broken vessel. It all makes sense. She wants to be chosen again.
Are you all right?
Off-worlders, you understand, don't you?
This soaring feeling that one experiences at times. Surely you've seen them with your own eyes. Those great and preternatural entities known as keepers. That mark! What she is seeking, I do not know. That is why I hope to draw closer to her. I drifted into this world, and I waited. I waited, and I waited, and then at last the chance came. It was... That's enough!
How did Erica get
It
here
was your
first?
arrival. The balance of Isunia was unshakable. So it was a great help to have some foreign element setting things into motion. One must always await the right opportunity. That's enough. Your words aren't worth listening to.
No!
They seem truly strange to me. You! Connections with others, love. What are they for, anyway? I don't see any use for them. They'll follow you up and lead you astray, but that simply won't happen if you're alone. Isn't that right, Leod? You fought alone the whole time, haven't you? So why then choose the path of cooperation, of harmony?
She can warp now?
You were strong all alone, and your blade is remarkable, but you insist on attempting new things.
Leo's gonna die.
And so this happens. One must always await the right opportunity.
You got me.
I'm grateful to you all. It was you who created the rifts that would prove so useful to me. I'll be taking this sword. I can't say that it's fun to see others in pain, but you are certainly entertaining. You... Why? Why do you murder like this? Why do you stomp all over people? That is what a hero does. A hero murders and crushes others, and I'd like to become a hero.
I don't know if that's in the Webster definition that I'm familiar with.
Please don't worry. Once this is all over, you'll feel entirely better.
Don't bother. Run away.
Oh my god, he's still alive.
Leod! Leod, how are your wounds? That doesn't... That's not...
It's like she says, I'd hoped to be together with you.
That's right, he has this weird twisted sense that she's his daughter.
No, please no, Leod, not like this.
You and she looked alike.
This is a battlefield, Leod. Why? You're so chatty. I just...
Don't die, Erica. You're...
Ah, Erica, is it? This is all thanks to you. Leod was truly strong. You've been truly helpful, so I'd like to save you all for last. If you insist, however...
Why? Why can't I beat you? You want us...
We can end this here if you wish.
Stop!
Oh, Cetus!
Stop, Maisha. What do you hope to get out of this?
You aren't surprised, are you? Seeing me like this?
I don't know your reasons, and I don't want to hear them, so that's enough!
Enough! Why, I can't say I think so. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Cetus, but now it's time to say farewell. I apologize for all my chatter.
You...
That certainly does look like it hurts. Surely you won't mind if I make it a bit more painful. Erica!
Orisa!
Oh! Your luck is certainly good.
Maisha! You said that you didn't want to hurt this land. Were you lying?
Well, yes. Do you dislike lies?
Maisha, are you the one who started this war? Why?
I want to become a hero, Orisa, in order to get even a bit more closer to her.
Purgation.
So Nerva's vessel was you.
Oh, you're all here.
You're all okay.
Can she truly be?
That's rather unexpected. I'd assumed you'd been scattered by the war. Well,
I mean, we're not all here. Isabel's not here.
Something? Though I don't dislike lies, the truth has a charm of its own.
Maisha! This is where you alone.
Please, wait just a bit more. Once a flower's picked, that's the end.
Oh no, she's gonna go after Eleanor now?
This battle is going to grow more intense. The canals shall catch fire and become an ocean of flames.
But they're water.
Following me, watch yourself.
Where are you? No matter how far you run, I won't let you escape.
Calm down. You're not alone.
Erica, it is now that we must join hands. Is this not so?
You don't know. Right now.
Also, where's Arias? Shouldn't he be here?
I just lost my past and future. Because of me, Leox. What am I supposed to do?
You must continue onward, for there is nothing else that can be done. No matter how great your sorrow. Onward.
This is dark.
I'm sorry,
As expected
Erica.
from the end of a war.
I was wrong. I'm sorry. If I just listened to what you said, then...
She wasn't after Counter Solari after all. I was the one who was wrong.
Erica, we have to keep moving on. I made a mistake too, but I'm not going to let it beat me.
Escamali is gone. Like, there's no living members left. That's an entire guild just gone. Nicola Adele looks like he's probably dead.
The people in this land are nice.
Magus Covenant's the only thing that's still around.
Pretty. I really hate fighting.
And Escamali was the neutral one.
I'm sorry. I want to be together with you, Erica. I want to be with everyone. You're all my partners.
You really are strong.
No, I'm weak. I'm weak, but you guys help me be stronger. I'm sure of it.
This is like the best protagonist I've ever seen.
Understood. If you'll accept me, then I'll accompany you.
Thank you, Erica, for evolving as a character. It took you way too long.
Okay, let's go, Erica. We're going to be the ones who end this war.
For our pride's sake, you will not.
Old man?
Oh my god, Nicola's still alive.
Hey, are you sleeping? Or did you die?
Oh, that's where we ended. Wow. Fate. Everyone's here. Okay. It's time for the machines to salvation.
This is awful.
Why would she do all this?
To get
Isn't this
closer
supposed
to
be her
purgation.
land to protect?
She's a keeper's vessel, like me. An off-worlder. She's got no attachment to this place.
Then why?
I can only guess at the details. But it's Nerva she's focused on.
You're saying she's going to summon a keeper? But if she does that, then this world would...
I won't let her. There's no way. There are people living here, and...
Ah, these keepers again.
Hi, Rias.
So, you have chosen to assemble.
We're all partners. That means you too, Urias.
You would not listen were I to refuse.
No, I wouldn't.
And that's what I like about her.
Well, there is truth in your words. You and the others may at least entertain me. To lose you now would...
Everyone.
Oh, there you are.
Isabel, you're okay.
I'm sorry that I wasn't able to do anything until now.
It's such a relief to see you here, Isabel.
I don't even remember your two interactions that much.
The look in your eyes is commendable. But do you thirst for victory?
I do.
No, but I gained a friend.
So now Luna's the only one left. We'd all be back together if she were here. Please stop already. Isunia is burning.
It's no use. Maisha LaForge is controlling them. Your words are falling on deaf ears. Compared to a keeper, a vessel's power is minuscule. Still, though, they can strip weak-willed people of their personalities. It's simple enough. Those people are just the vessel's puppets now.
She's controlling her friends and setting her own land on fire. Why would she do all that?
To get closer
There is
to
no
purgation.
answer here. Only speculation may result. You must ask her in person. Is this not so?
Correct.
Yeah, you're right.
Please accept my apologies, Marlowe. I was unable to fulfill your dreams. So in this battle, at the very least...
Oh, is that the quote we get for playing as her? Mm-hmm.
For at least this battle.
Dissolve of the Fallen. Let's see if we can get my deck to function the way it's supposed to this time. Come on! Dang.
Radical, baby!
Everboard Mercenary.
I just wanted to bask in the moon, bask in the moon's radiance. Yay! Some backup! Radical, baby!
Come on.
Move.
That's a big thing.
My hands are tied. Bask in the moon's radiance.
You're done for.
Radical, baby! I told you not to look!
Alrighty. Let's continue.
I just wanted to bask in the moonlight.
Fall.
It's not like I want to look like this. Ugh. Pistol landing. Bask in the moon's
Annoying.
radiance.
Popping inflated dreams is so oddly satisfying.
The real battle begins.
Let's tip the scales wrapped around my little finger.
Welcome to the Holy Gun Show!
Let's gain the upper hand.
Catch a thief's hand, sinner!
I told you not to look!
Welcome to the Holy Gun Show!
Let's gain the upper hand.
Okay. We're rapidly approaching victory.
I am a mollusk most wise.
A mollusk most wise.
They're not arms, they're my beard.
They are not arms. Beard. Okay, we can afford to take a hit here so that we can rebuild.
The verdict of the gods!
Look at you. You're hurt.
They wasted time removing that for no reason.
Welcome to the Holy Gun Show! Let us conclude.
I am a mollusk most
Shouldn't it have summoned
You're hurt.
Vice Grip?
A little leg up.
What to paint? What to capture? What to paint? What to capture?
Welcome to the Holy Gun Show! Catcheth these hands, sinner!
There we go. We've built our board presence, now we can smack face.
Everybody.
Victory is assured.
Lifeless eyes. Your eyes and your hearts are empty. If this were your fate, your land's fate, it would be all too tragic.
They were really strong.
And they're only getting stronger.
If we don't hit them where it hurts, their strength's going to be too much for us.
So where's the person who started this war?
I saw her once, but then she ran off somewhere.
She said once a flower's picked, that's the end.
No.
Isabel, do you know what's going on?
As far as I've seen, there's only one person in this land who calls herself a flower. Eleanor Gloria, the Cosmic Flower. She's in trouble.
Isabel, Luna's still...
I know that's concerning, but... stopping this war comes first, doesn't it?
Well, we'll never learn why Nicola Adele eats rocks.
Once we have this battle contained, we'll search for her. Right now, we don't have a moment to spare. We have to defeat Maisha LaForge before she crushes us.
Let's go. Come this way.
Arisa, you are worried about Luna, are you not?
Yeah. She's still a little kid.
She is. Though her powers are great, Luna is no more than a babe.
I really think we have to stick together. I want to look for her, but... it's like Isabel says, isn't it?
Yep.
Countless times we have gone our own ways, but we are still standing here together. Fate will surely guide you onward, Arisa.
All right. Thank you, Eris. I'm going to go. I have to. Wait for me, Luna! I'm gonna end this war right away. And then I'm going to find you for sure.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick break here. And then we're gonna probably hit the end of what's probably the story mode. Alrighty. Obsession. Just put some rice on, so in 20 minutes I'm going to have that to eat. Only Luna, huh? Well, this is going to be annoying. We're probably going to lose this battle quite a bit because my deck is not super efficient all of the time. But we get to hear those sweet English lines for this deck that you saw me play earlier before.
You said you were gonna play with me. Are you sleeping? Then wake up. Are you dead? Then no, you can't die. The guy with the glasses is gone. Now I can't have sandwiches. And you too, old man. Now you can't pat my head. I was only playing with you. I was just playing hide and seek. Did everybody die because I was bad? Mother and father. And now you guys. It's because of me.
God, they're still spawning these things over here?
They're dead. But I don't want to say bye. I don't want them to go. I don't want to hurt Mother and Father. And I don't want to say bye to anyone.
I hope Arisa gets here soon.
He was nice. Like Mother and Father. And his sandwiches were good. And they were big, too.
And I thought I was upset that Marlon passed away.
It hurts. It hurts. I can't breathe. How come? Why? Someone help!
Hey, I was sleeping. You're making an awful ruckus. I'm awake now.
That's a giant chunk of his chest missing.
I've never made sandwiches before, but it shouldn't be all that hard. Even I should be able to figure it out. I'll pat your head too if you want. Just quit crying.
Hey! Hey! How did you...
My magical core stalled up and I figured this was all over, but then you started crying.
Don't die. Please don't die. You're my first real friend. So don't die.
Yeah. We were in the middle of hide and seek. You just stop crying, and I'll stop this fight.
Yeah. I don't want you to die. I don't want to say bye.
I'm half scrap already, and my body barely moves, but I don't feel so bad, so move. Get out of my way.
Nice. I hope this is going to be like that Eleanor fight where we get backup.
That old man's my friend.
Beseech her.
Yes! Yes!
Yeah.
Yes!
Let's stay together.
This follower can evolve for 0 evolution points. This follower comes into play. Give your leader the following effect. At the start of your turn, if there isn't an allied Nicola Forever Forbidden in play or your hand, summon Nicola Forever Forbidden. This effect is not stacked. Add X to this follower. X equals the number of allied followers destroyed in the match. Yipes.
Sorry, but work comes second.
No, it's the Forest Rampy deck again.
Demonstrate power.
Together we are whole.
Okay.
Can I interest you in reasonably priced
The corrupted
souls?
soil style will not tolerate evil!
Oh my goodness, I just realized he has 39 life. Yikes. Oh, we better start moving this fast.
Taste the spice rainbow! Ow! Ow!
Let's kill that one, please.
Covered my nose.
What brings you here, miscreants?
Happy Undeath Day!
Need a loan?
No punches pulled, just swords. Kids these days aren't up to snuff.
Okay.
I failed to understand.
You're mean!
This is gonna get painful quickly.
Mother, the corrupted soil style will not tolerate evil! Come second. Guilty! What?
Guess I can make a little effort.
Need a loan?
Covered my nose.
Okay. We're still above 20 lives.
And goodbye.
May the forest be at peace.
Hey!
Yeah, he is a healthy boy.
Fall.
Fairies, don't push yourselves too hard.
Oh, what a pain. Not am I now, but the miracle's reversal.
Foul forces of darkness, bow before my tempest.
It's just business. It's just business.
Happy Undeath Day!
Let Tiffy make it
Happy
all
Undeath
better.
Day!
Want to play?
Where the wind blows, a haven storm.
They're picking on me!
Wind, grant them courage.
Okay.
Don't hurt me!
I don't think that they have a way out of this.
Blow on, dear wind. Foul forces of darkness, bow before my tempest.
It's just business.
Frolic with the spirits! Frolic with the spirits!
I'll show you.
Guess I can make a little effort.
Thud.
Wind, grant them courage.
And I think that's a victory.
Hey, let's play. Hey, let's play.
Let's get this concert
9 more
rolling.
minutes on my rice.
Oh, what a pain. Not am I now, but the miracle's reversal.
And let's just finish him with the God of Wind.
Where the wind blows, a path opens. Haven storm.
We shall.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
I really thought that was gonna be the end.
Are you okay? Does it still hurt?
Hurt? It's more that I can't move. They really did a number on me. My body's all messed up inside.
Need to get some of that rocks to eat.
Don't die. Don't make me be alone again.
I don't know how much longer I can hold out, but at least for now I can move.
It's good you didn't die.
They beat me all to hell. But at least I'm still running. Better go pay them back.
Are you gonna kill that lady?
Well, she bumped off Marlon. I know that he wouldn't want people mourning for him, but still, that's what I want to do. I want to tell you to stay here, but there's no
was the guy that they were setting up to be the big villain, but we never believed he was going to be the twist villain. We never did. And we were right.
Yeah, let's stay together. You're my friend.
She wiped the floor with me and Marlon. And Liad's down too. That means there's only one other guild marshal left. She's not like us. She won't just roll over. What do you say we get going?
Okay.
I figured I was dead. I thought this was the end. But I'm living. I'm moving. I don't believe in gods. But that had to be a miracle.
What's a miracle?
Never mind. This was thanks to you. If you hadn't needed me... anyway. We're about to go take back everything we lost.
Unyielding will. Everyone is assembled. Salvation is at hand.
I'll get this. Arisa, are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. Thanks for helping me.
Oh?
Oh boy. Doggos.
See, Erica? Helping each other out is more fun than fighting. I mean, it kinda goes without saying, but still.
You're right.
Goes without saying.
Isabel, one day I'll stand before you confident and ready.
I know. And I'll do what I can as well. For him. No. For myself.
Marlon Median is no more. The absence of one so mighty is a great disappointment.
You are correct. But I shall lament his loss later. For Marlone's sake as well as ours.
She's there! The cosmic flower.
This is an educational experience. In sufficient numbers, opponents impede me. They are capable of vexing me.
Eleanor! Out of the way!
Honestly, out of everyone I expected to be the twist villain, Eleanor was the one I expected to be the twist villain.
Eleanor, you aren't hurt, are you?
Marlon seemed way too obvious. And Maisha, it felt like they were planning something with her, but I didn't think twist villain was what they were planning with her.
Why did you return? Have you gotten lost? You can be startlingly absent-minded.
The cosmic flower, you can also be startlingly absent-minded.
Stop this! I'm not going to allow it.
No, you wouldn't. You are friends, after all.
I didn't expect you to be behind this, but I can't say I'm surprised. Although your reasons interest me, they can wait. My friend, you hurt her, didn't you?
Vessel of Nerva. What are you after? What's waiting for you after the war's end?
I think you understand that much.
No one can understand you. How can you do something like this?
I am her vessel, or was her vessel, I should say. I offered her my body just as she asked me, and before I knew it, everything had been purged. Most of the world had vanished, and it became beautiful. It was amazing. I adored her, and I wanted her power. But she disposed of me. I was weak, and had no right to be in the position I was. It was a true shame.
You're still after Nerva's power? Even after you've purged your own world?
I didn't like my world very much, though. I was glad to have it gone. It's only natural to wish for power. I wanted to become strong and worthy. My thought was that if I were to become a hero, then Nerva might appear.
Then you started this war just because you wanted to call one of the Keepers? To call Nerva?
Cuckoo.
Just because? Enough of that, Teresa. To me, this is everything. I was certainly faced with challenges when I leapt into this world. I was uncertain of what I should do. And then, as if through some sort of miracle,
Maisha!
I met Cetus. And that's how I finally found my path. Isn't that right, Cetus?
Maisha, you're not a Blade Right anymore.
No, but thank you for everything up until now. This isn't exactly how I'd been planning things, but it looks as if I'll finally be a hero.
Nonsense. The cosmic flower still blooms, and she blooms here. Your plans are at an end. There's no way you'll be a hero.
Plans aren't any concern to me. My chance is now. The time has come. All that's left is to destroy. Apart from the vampire, you're all covered in wounds. Your magic and your energy are nearly spent. And in my hands lie both truth and falsehood. You've defeated all of my guild members. It's not as if there were that many to begin with, though. The strong of heart can't be manipulated. So it's wonderful that the others were willing to roll over.
What? You mean that the people we just beat?
Damn it!
You weren't aware, were you? Even though we're both vessels?
This isn't how I choose to use my power. There's no way.
Is that so? Then allow me to inform you. So long as they have their lives, those people can be revived any number of times. I am controlling them, after all.
They literally are puppets.
Isn't that right?
That's awful. That's just too awful.
It is.
Please, don't be so negative. I considered any number of plans and chose the one that seemed best to me. I slayed the guild marshal and made it seem as if he were alive. I saved up magic and interfered with the guild members little by little. I incited Countess Solari and then waited for the right opportunity. You came here, and I had the feeling that at last, the balance would fall apart. Boom!
Okay, on that note, I have to go do that. I'll be right back. This will only take a minute.
Is this it? Is this what a hero does?
That's how it seems to me. Am I wrong?
You and you alone.
Peace is nice like chicken and rice. That's all I had to say.
Well, let's not worry about the little stuff. As long as she sees how strong I've become, that's all that matters. You are watching, aren't you, dear Nava?
You...
Even the most beautiful flower withers in the end.
You are skilled at thought and speech.
I feel wonderful. And how are you?
This is terrible. How long must I battle a swarm of nothings?
I'll have to leave you for another occasion. I'm grateful that you disturbed the balance. But the chance for me to defeat you still lies in the future. I'll be waiting.
Is this really?
The end.
Huh.
I don't want to give up. I don't want to give... I have to save Lusaria.
I hate this. Everybody's going to die. You too, old man.
Yeah, I get it.
Ooh, pork fried rice sounds great.
This is low. Stealing consciousness, manipulating it. This is disgusting. Disgusting.
Thank you, Nicola Adele.
Sorry, I went off by myself.
Hey, it worked out.
It's Luna.
And Nicola Adele. I thought that you'd been beat.
They were miracles. Her voice, you know, the whole shebang.
You're late. Altogether late. You're a dullard, a nincompoop. But I'll praise you, so think of it as an honor.
Thanks.
Nicola, the Forbidden Guild. You'll fight with me, won't you?
Sure. I plan on it. Circle as does life. Bite as does the serpent. Reversal of providence, the bond's inner workings. Not am I now, but the miracle's reversal. I'm tired. And I'm hungry too, but I should be able to help.
There are no gods in this world. Marlone said as much. But the light of hope still shines at times. Liberation for a world without gods.
You know, at some point, this deck will work on stream the way I designed it to.
Demonstrate power.
And have the key card happen.
Impressive technology.
At least the dirt can keep me company.
When in doubt, go wide.
In a Enemy identified. Enemy identified.
Alone again.
Let's get brewing!
What does this do? Now let's continue to just smash face.
Enemy identified.
Smashing face is the way to go.
I'll crush the earth beneath.
I am not left-handed, but being able to eat left-handed is nice.
Magic is power.
Oh my goodness. That thing got really big really quickly.
Shutting down.
Fly with your heart, not your wings. I got this.
Verifying access.
We gonna take a hit, boys.
Guess my heart wasn't in it.
Popping
Feel the death grip.
is so oddly satisfying.
Yay! Some backup!
Let's gain the upper hand.
Enemy identified.
Catch in these hands, sinner! My hands are tied. You're done for.
Let's tip the scales wrapped around my little finger.
Sorry, pal.
Yay! Some backup!
Chipping away at it.
Fall.
My hands are tied.
Which fighter can go the distance?
Now this is the cutting edge.
The real battle begins.
Keep those eyes healed! I can't look!
I'm the only witch this world needs.
The end.
Ugh. Missed the landing.
Well.
I'm always in search of new technology.
Verifying access.
It seems we are running out of steam.
Magic really does things for you.
That technology is remarkable.
Fly with your heart, not your wings.
And that's a board wipe.
Enemy identified. Enemy identified.
Magic really does things for you.
Just do 1 damage to random creatures 10 times. That's really nice.
Guess my heart wasn't in it.
Which hands are the praying hands?
to paint, what to capture.
Which hands are the praying hands?
Let's heal my face a bit. There we go.
Enemy identified.
We are literally fighting the chip war here.
Holy magic is safe. Gaze into the light.
I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out.
Popping inflated dreams is so
Oh my goodness, this match is still going.
Welcome to the Holy Gun Show!
Let's gain the upper hand.
Catching these hands, sinner!
Enemy identified.
Catcheth these hands, sinner.
Gun Show!
Let's gain the upper hand.
Catching these hands, sinner!
Are you defying me?
I'll crush the earth beneath you.
This has gotten quite out of hand.
I'm always in search of new technology.
What to paint, what to capture.
Enemy identified.
Painting?
Okay. Hard to believe we're winning this, right?
At least the dirt can keep me company.
Oh look, it's our win condition.
Abandon your mortal lives and be saved.
It showed up like just when I needed it, right? Yeah, like definitely when I needed it, like several turns ago.
They call for me.
Fascinating.
Please watch over me, Marlowe.
This is definitely the deck that I'm the most proud of that I've made, for sure. I need to learn how to make fried rice now that I think about it.
This is a wild goose chase. What we're supposed to do now,
Maybe it's fine if this is a wild goose chase. It might be quickest to kill them, but they're not bad people. And I can't say I want to do that anyway.
Do you mean to say that we should just keep knocking them out? How naive of you, Forbidden One.
Yeah,
Naive, but...
You're sure busy with all that praise and criticism. Yeah, just leave the guild members to me.
Thanks so much. We're definitely going to stop Maisha.
I know that you'll be fine, but don't push yourself too hard. Please, Eleanor.
You voice your concern while actions are my voice. Now go, my friend.
I want to stay with you, but...
They're your partners, right? Those people? Don't worry, I won't get beaten anymore. I'm feeling motivated for once.
But he is tired.
Okay, but don't die, no matter what. Promise, okay? You're my friend.
To think you've made a friend, Forbidden One. Revel in the joy. This is nothing I would have expected.
It's almost like you took the words out of my mouth.
Were you aware? Friendship is an incredible thing. When you think of someone as a friend... Exhausted magical supplies suddenly recover. Isn't that intriguing?
Yeah, it's pretty unusual, especially for a machine like me. I should have been decommissioned a long time ago.
Allow me to say in advance that I won't die. Isabel would be heartbroken.
Yeah, I don't plan on dying either. Luna cries all the time as it is.
Ah, so everything is in order. Now, Forbidden One, let us proudly bloom for the sake of our friends.
I'll make a big show of this so that she can see. A huge one.
Good for them. Resolution. Somehow I feel like this is not the resolution of the event. Okay, we're gonna get this deck to function the way I designed it to at some point, instead of just stalling out for the end.
Maisha! This ends here.
That makes sense.
Show yourself!
Do not think that you are capable of evading me. Your presence is already known.
Oh dear, this is all wrong. Every last one of you is here.
The old man is really mad. I can tell.
Ah, Nicola. He's still operational then. It slipped my mind to finish him off.
He and Eleanor Gloria have your guild members under control. But don't you think you should be out there commanding them?
I do. When they go wild, it creates no end of trouble.
I failed to act decisively against you. But now you have reached your end.
Maisha?
I haven't looked at a lot of the new cards, but when we finish this chapter, I did plan on using the gold to open a few packs and see what we got.
Leon's murder. Making a mockery of my past and future. You'll pay for it all!
We got back-to-back sets, though, that are really interesting to me. I love the tarot card set. I really do. And the idea of we're getting like a Wild West set next sounds awesome.
Maisha LaForge, you've sought the Keepers, but your journey ends here.
No, this isn't the end yet. I still have plenty of fight left in me.
I appreciate it, Matt.
Ha! How ridiculous!
Fried rice does sound fun.
I see.
Yes! What were you expecting? I have to use all means at my disposal. Truth and lies, moon and sun, as one who has all... I'm a veritable hero! Ha! The magical charge of the true sword. It can make even falsehoods shine. I am, you see, hiding nothing. I believe I said that plans are no longer necessary. All that's left is for me to crush.
Hmm.
Not yet.
Ah, I see.
I think we need another Deus Ex Machina.
I can't let you beat me.
Oh, is that so? You certainly are a stubborn one.
I'm not going to give up!
Really? You have no connection to this land or even to this world. You're an outsider.
That isn't true. I have a connection, I do! And so does everyone else! I really like the people here in this land. And the water sounds cool too!
Of course it does.
Encounters and departures. What has to be done, and what couldn't be done. I have enough reasons to care about this land. That's why... We're not going to lose!
I'm gonna kick your ass for Marlone.
I can understand the heart of one who yearns for the Keepers. I cannot, however, permit your actions.
Angel Crusher. Alrighty. Let's see if we can get this to work. Oh, she's Portalcraft.
But even so, I shall not forgive you.
Everything will be mine.
Oh no, she has 30 life. We're fucked.
It didn't work out for you, did it?
I accept this as destiny.
Allow me to crush you.
Oh no, it's a cheating battle. I hate cheating battles. Oh no, we're gonna be here for a while.
Yes, but I will not allow hatred to guide me in battle.
Join me on a musical journey.
Now this is the cutting edge.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not gonna have
the power of the Keepers.
the ability to stop her
I
anytime
understand
soon.
so well that it hurts.
Join me on a musical journey.
Missed the landing.
Okay, let's go wide.
Impressive technology.
Behold, a true hero.
Shutting down.
Which hands are the praying hands? Impressive technology.
Okay.
You're done for.
Oops, did I press the wrong button?
The march goes on.
Okay, that will trade with literally anything now.
Shall we finish this?
Ow! Pardon me.
Which fighter can go the distance?
Enemy identified. Enemy identified.
Let's make you big just in case everything takes 4 damage again.
Keep those eyes healed! I mean, healed.
24. Sylvia the Condemner.
Shutting down.
Well, so much for that wasted point.
Light for all the world.
What just happened? Blade of Truth. Deal 5 damage to the enemy leader. Give your leader the following effect at the start of your turn. This is your 10th turn or later and you do not have Blade of Truth in your hand. Put one in your hand.
Fly with your heart, not your wings. I got this.
Verifying access.
Shimmering. I'll rise again.
Guess my heart wasn't in it.
Obey me. I am your master.
You poor thing.
Master of Puppets is pulling the strings. I'm gonna get my ass beat.
Fly with your heart, not your wings.
Let us conclude.
Just try, and you'll fly. I got this.
Verifying access.
No, I won't accept this. What to paint? What to capture?
Okay. I'm gonna keep rushing stuff out.
I'm the perfect puppet.
Now, let's have a look-see.
Guess my heart wasn't in it. Fly with your heart, not your wings. I got this.
Verifying access.
Let's keep this loop going.
What to paint? What to capture?
Enemy identified.
No!
Guess my heart wasn't in it.
Shutting down.
No!
Okay, that's
Shutting
annoying.
down.
Abandon your mortal lives and be saved!
Wish you were in my hand on turn 4.
The congregation, they all throw your life away!
Salvation circuits malfunctioning. Summoning divine punishment.
Painting! Painting!
Which hands are the praying hands?
Okay.
Shall we finish this? There is a reason I must fight.
But even so, I shall not forgive you!
Everything will be mine.
It didn't help that we had every bad possible
Work out
draw.
for you, did it? I accept this as destiny.
Allow me to
Okay.
crush you. Do you loathe me?
Yes, but I will not allow hatred to guide me in battle.
Big
Okay.
brothers have to be strong.
Come on, baby.
This is the cutting edge.
Ammonia. Yeah.
Know the power of the Keepers.
I understand so well that it hurts.
Sun.
Light for all the world. Ugh. Fifth the landing.
Hmm.
Which hands are the praying hands?
Okay, come on.
Behold a true hero.
It sucks.
No!
Now this is the cutting edge.
That's annoying.
Radical, baby.
Shimmering!
I'll rise again.
You're done for. Ouch! Man!
Shall we finish this?
Owie.
Radical, baby.
Where is my Lamonia when I need her?
There will be no exceptions.
And there goes my board.
Darkness on this plane.
Fly with your heart, not your wings. I got this.
Verifying
To the
access.
depths of the abyss. The darkness doesn't end.
You know, in the cheater fights we had earlier in the campaign, it gave us those. They were nice enough to give us an assist. I would appreciate an assist here. Oh, this is getting stupid.
Relinquish your life to Master.
Guess my heart wasn't in it.
Shutting down.
I do not have 4 PP banish cards.
Abandon your mortal lives and be saved.
Although the deck came online now on turn 7, it should have turned on a while ago.
The real battle begins.
The congregation, throw your life away. I'm shimmering. I'll rise again.
All of my removal in this deck is creature based.
Stop!
Salvation circuits malfunctioning. Summoning divine punishment.
I'm always in search of new technology.
Verifying access.
Let us conclude. Human technology should not be unfascinating.
Okay, from this point on, every creature death is going to contribute towards
on a
victory.
musical journey.
That technology is remarkable.
Shutting down. Shutting down.
Summoning divine punishment.
Divine punishment is the key to
Summoning
victory.
divine punishment. Summoning divine punishment.
I'm always in search of new technology.
Verifying access.
Join me on a musical journey. Ah, the march goes on.
Now,
Okay.
let's have a look-see.
Shall we finish this?
No!
Ugh. I do not have a lot of ways to heal. Catch with these hands, Sinner.
You're done for.
I shall crack my knuckles upon your face!
Abandon your mortal lives and be saved.
Catcheth these hands, sinner!
How
Yeah.
dare you?
I can, but it's more useful to keep my stuff healed
Enemy identified. Enemy
so
identified.
that I can punch face with it. And of course she just has another. She just gets one of those every turn on turn 10. That's so dumb. Okay. New plan. Eeny, meeny. We're gonna go for wiping the board as often as possible, and the foolproof strategy of Carl.
Flower, I would say weed.
I won't be beat.
Allow me to crush you.
Cheaty fights are the worst.
This has nothing to do with you.
Ugh, I hate fighting.
Join me on a musical journey.
Well, if everything goes perfectly, this deck wins on turn 8.
A galaxy of gems tumbles and twirls.
The march goes on.
Wilt, alongside that wretched flower.
We won't fall. Not if we're together.
Junk.
How do you do, you cretin? I'm just warming up.
Behold, a true hero. Adieu.
Okay.
A galaxy of gems tumbles and twirls.
What masterpiece will I create today?
You're done for.
What twists and turns? I'm just warming up.
Because if I can sacrifice enough of these Earth Sigils, I could probably punch her in the face for 20 in one spell.
Shall we finish this?
Unbelievable!
You poor thing.
Adieu.
Unfortunately, we haven't drawn our win con.
Let us write the first lines of a new page. I am all-knowing.
Now this is a work of art.
There will be no exceptions.
The fool awakens to force
Big brothers have to be
sufferings.
strong.
It won't be long now.
5/7 might be useful.
As master wishes.
Now, let's have a look-see.
Big brothers have to be strong.
Unfortunately, we got every bad draw in the book.
The earth rains from above.
Lawful evil? Chaotic good.
This ends here.
Wrongdoing? Me? Oh, perish the thought.
Another one of these, huh?
Big brothers have to be strong.
But I walked the edge.
Okay, it's getting close.
The earth rains from above. Earth and assault.
We're almost halfway through the deck.
Embraced by the earth.
Big brothers have to be strong.
Now, let's have a look-see.
Embraced by the earth.
All magic falls under my purview.
Let us write the first lines of a new page.
You're done for.
Come on, baby.
Hardship, journeys, and no two journeys are alike.
Will this break the curse?
I am all new.
Come on, baby.
How dare you!
Now, let's have a look-see.
Shall we finish this? Unbelievable!
Light for all the world.
And that's game. And for good measure.
How dare you!
Don't underestimate the cat.
I wish I had what you do.
That cat is bullshit. Never should have been printed.
I won't let you toy with people.
Too easy.
My fiancé was a warrior who fought for his land. Your knights are the same, aren't they? But you control them, and you toy with them. And I can't allow it anymore.
I don't know what you're thinking. Why you're trying to get the Keeper's power? I don't understand. But I know that what you're doing is bad. That's all I know. So I have to take you down!
Is that so? Well, you are a member of the Guild of Justice, Arisa. I wished and wished. I had truth, falsehood, and everything else, but I was evil, and I couldn't become a hero. Could I accept that? No, that would be impossible.
No, it's possible. You've got a different way of seeing things, but we're alike. I mean, you're not from this world anyway.
If all wishes came true, I'd have died long ago, and my parents would be living together in peace nowadays. That's enough of your naive blabbering.
You're okay.
Thanks to you, Maisha's in a weak spot now. There's no one on the rampage, so all that's left is to slay her. Ugh! What are you doing?
Cetus!
I loved her. I probably did from the first moment I laid eyes on her.
You mean to say that you let emotion deceive and control you? You are an oaf, Cetus Law.
She was always smiling. You probably can't tell, but she was always smiling. The Undermarshal of the Order of Blade Rights.
But even then, Cetus...
If there's someone who has to take responsibility, it's me. As a member of the Order of Blade Rights, and as Cetus Law. I'm Cetus Law of the Order of Blade Rights. I'll take you down, Rebel, and stand here as the new Guild Marshal.
How about that? Well, it only stands to reason. I would have been willing to do it, but... well, I guess it doesn't matter.
I feel bad.
The other guild members would surely feel adrift if they were to lose their marshal and under-marshal. Without some sort of decisive action, the very existence of the Blade Rights may be called into question. It only makes sense. Allow me to retract my statement about you being an oaf. And then allow me to repeat it once more. You're an oaf, Cetus Law.
Cetus...
I'm sorry. I wavered, and I hesitated. I made you bear our burdens.
It's fine. But, Cetus... but...
Don't worry. Thanks to you, you from other worlds, this conflict is over. I'm really grateful to you.
We never faced Nerva, though.
Our presence caused the war. She said as much. Gratitude is the last thing.
Mostly it's Erica's fault.
Even if you hadn't come, something would have sparked the battle. And this land, this world would have been dragged in.
Hot fluffy
We're
diarrhea.
lucky it was you.
Now that's quite the
At
username.
least that's how it seems to me. This world will be fine now. There's some place that you need to go, isn't there?
Yeah.
I can't imagine a journey across worlds. But I'm sure you'll carry out your goal. I'm sure that you'll be able to do that.
Yeah. I love Isunia and the Order of Blade Rights. So please, please take care.
They're all strong. Different, but strong in their own ways. You had a strength of your own, too. You were so much stronger than I was. That's why I couldn't stop you by myself. How great it would have been for me to stop you. If it had just been me who realized the truth about you. I could have let you die as our kindly Undermarshal.
Cetus.
Maisha, it's over. I ended it.
Is that so?
That's enough. You can sleep here. You don't need to tell me why you wanted power enough to make all the world your enemy. Take that reason with you to your dreams. That can be yours alone. So please, please.
Cetus, are you crying?
I now stand before you as the Marshal of the Order of Blade Rights. There will be time for me to cry when the soil of Isunia welcomes me. You take my tears. Carry them with you, off to where you're dreaming now.
Cetus, good night.
I feel bad.
Good night, Maisha. And dream in peace.
You were a very bad twist villain. Probably would have been better off if there was just Nerva controlling the strings in the background. The next world. Esunia's savior.
It was so pretty here, and now it's all burned to the ground.
Her power was only one small part of Nervous, of that Keeper's. But this world's still falling apart. Once, the Keepers had me spellbound too. Maisha and I were a hair's breadth apart. That's why this disaster...
It's not your fault, Ewan. I really don't think it is.
No, it's not his fault. But he can't help but feel sorry for her, because this is how he could have ended up.
There had to be more I could have done before this all happened. Regret won't fix anything, though. Losari is still... so... I'm sad, and it hurts so much. But I'm not going to lose.
As long as you're determined to get Losaria back, I'm sure that you'll succeed.
Are you done being an ass?
Okay. I want to meet your princess, too. I'm sure she's a really charming person.
We'll resist the Keeper's idea of fate. The strength of our wills. It'll restore peace someday.
I cannot grow accustomed to this emptiness, no matter how many times I experience it.
This feeling is all that's left once the heat of war dies.
Huh. This world was more entertaining than the previous one. Let us prepare for the next act.
Well, of course.
Oh, mister, it's you!
Yay, the kid's fine.
Huh?
Is it over? Is the scary stuff all over?
Yes, it seems to be.
Sorry, I was gonna give you these flowers, but they burned. And now they're like this.
I love this kid. This kid is adorable.
Well enough. I am no fancier of flowers.
Oh, hey! Oh, hey! Hold your horses! You promised me you'd stop running around. I tell you, I don't know what I'd do if you ran off on me.
Okay, sorry. Bye, mister. Sorry I couldn't thank you more.
Oh.
Battle is a painful thing indeed.
Is it?
It is painful, Urias. But we will recover nonetheless.
Nobody's gonna comment on that? Okay.
As long as there are people still alive, things will turn out okay.
Yes. Marlo, I shall take your words and use them as the strength I need to survive.
Hey, you look like you're gonna cry.
Aren't you coming with me, old man?
I don't know. He's probably left behind a lot of unfinished business.
But you said we were friends.
We'll still be friends, even if we're apart. That won't change. Even if you go to another world or go up above the sky.
Okay.
Make sure you get enough to eat. Don't cry too much. I worry about you.
Okay. Don't die then, old man.
Head pats all around.
Don't die.
Gotcha.
Hey, bye then. See you later.
All right. Take care, Luna.
How very Isabelle-esque of you. You were concerned for me, weren't you? How is it that you were able to understand me, and yet still let your imagination run wild? You are certainly skilled in a way all your own. How many times must I tell you? I am the cosmic flower, and you need not worry for me. I bloom for myself alone. You should do the same.
I'll miss you. This is embarrassing, but I've never had a real friend before. I think you might be my first. Ugh, I can't stand this. I'm relying on you too much again.
I get worried about you. You're a good person, and you're all alone. I really worry.
Idiot.
Eleanor?
You idiot! What you say is a complete given. Why, outside this world, there could be people able to revive the dead. You have to advance without delay. And how could you miss me? That's inconceivable, because this is no more than a temporary parting. Just who do you think I am? Remember, I am the cosmic flower.
I wouldn't put it past her to figure out how to cross worlds herself.
The walls that stand between worlds represent no issue for me. This is a self-evident axiom.
How Eleanor-esque of you.
I am always myself, even if you've changed me, and even if I do now feel an inarticulable pain. There's no problem, however. This is all a part of friendship. Go, Isabel, along your own path.
All right. I'm going to go then. Let's see each other again someday.
Yes, let's meet again, my one and only friend.
We couldn't track down the Keepers, but we got a glimpse of them.
Now we understand that it's not easy to track them down. But it's fine. I'll be fine, because I'm not alone.
Well, time to find Nerva of Purgation.
You're right. We're not alone. We have partners.
Nexus. Nerva. Our search for them has only begun.
Yes, I expect a battle to make my heart pulse.
No matter what may come, we must resist the terrible power of the Keepers.
I'm going to protect my partners and return home to my family. I'll fight to see it through.
I have a friend now. And you're all with me. I'm kinda lonely, but I'm not really lonely.
Not for him, but for myself. I'm going on to the next world.
Let's go, Ewan. I know we'll be fine.
Let's leap to the next.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
I recognize her from the trailers.
You.
You're really hurt.
There is no time. Please. Please, save our world.
Gears of Rebellion. Isunia being eaten away by war, the companions learned that the conflict was orchestrated by Naisha, a woman who wields Nerva's power. They join forces with two guild leaders, Eleanor and Nicola Adele, and after a struggle to defeat Naisha, however, before the companions can revel in ensuing peace, a visitor from another world, Tetra, appears. Tetra asks the group to save her world from the brink of destruction. Arisa and the others agree. Well, I look forward to that. So until next time. Although, before we hit the 4-hour mark, we've picked up quite a bit of gold. So let's let's open some packs and see what we get. Azure Flame Dragon Newt.
Red burns, but blue is hot.
3 damage. Okay. Bullet Bike. Terra Nova. Clay Golem and a Scrap Golem. Gold Mine Necromancer. Reanimate 3. the end of your turn, deal 2 damage to all enemy followers. That's pretty good. That's really good. Mechanical designs. Draw a card. Give your leader the following effect at the end of your turn if you have at least 3 point mechanical designs into your hand. 1 mana, draw a card spell. That's pretty good. Pure Metamorphosis. Okay. Neato burrito. Yo-Yo Beam Girl, what?
This is no toy. I'll have you know.
Subtract 1 from the custom artifact card or a paradigm shift in your hand. That's a good card. That's going in my Portalcraft deck. That's what that's doing. Cactus Cowboy. That just sounds cool on principle. Summon a beautiful steed. Wandering Chef. There's always food in the neutral for some reason. Seems interesting. Skeleton Dreamer. Summon a bullet bike. What's a bullet bike? Makes sense to me. Spiderweb Array. Spiderweb Imp. 1/4 with Ward. Crystal Fencer.
A glimpse into the future is only the beginning.
5 times? Yikes! Hornet Strike, Hornet Warrior. Rush Bane. Railmender Coyote. Neat. It's a dutiful steed. Okay, so the steeds seem kind of meh. Bandit Raid. Summon a Thief. Just a 2/2. Okay. Lookout Elf.
Woodland Fortress at 12 o'clock.
Put a fairy in your hand. Put 2 instead. Gain +2 pursue. That seems okay. Revolver Eagle. Okay. Mermaid.
This way, to the brightest coral reefs.
Dramatic Retreat. That's a really good card. Wow, that's good. 1 mana, draw 2? What? Thunderous Roar. That's an interesting card. Golem Marshal. Oh, I love it. I love the art. Summon a beautiful steed. Summon an arcade personnel carrier. It's an APC. Bada-ching.
This ain't the time to monkey wrench around.
Monkey Wrench. Balefire Wrenchsmith. The death of the party. Bone Fanatic. Giant Skull. 6/5. Okay. Necro Impulse. This seems good. Enchanted Knight. Draw X cards. Always sounds good. Death of the Party. One of the effects in order. Draw a card. Deal 2 damage. Gain 3. Last words lose the match. I love it. Capsule Homunculus. End of your turn, if you have at least 1 play points, restore 2 defense. If you have at least 3, do 2 damage. Seems good. I think that's going to go in my Portalcraft deck. We're definitely going to retool some of my decks. Hey, they gave the red caps a red cap, because they should. Goblins. Each of your turns, this follower gains rush. Last pack of the day. More pure metamorphosis. Set. That's an Egyptian god, if I remember correctly. Bane and Ward. I love it. And Accelerate's always nice. Skeleton Dreamer. Pure metamorphosis. Horn Strike. Noct Henchman.
Got a job to do.
Summon a Steel Cat. Enemy Steelclad. That's a bad card. It's just an overall bad card. Well, that's a nice little preview. I look forward to opening more of those. But until next time, I'll see you in the next stream. Bye-bye for now.